Basically, I'm getting started going back to work. Hey, Flying Circus, thanks for stopping by. And I haven't worked out here in the yard. You know, we got locked down in 2020. You know, that's 3 years ago that they stopped the world for what some people say no reason whatsoever. And that was Trump more than any other person in the history of the United States. Trump allowed that lockdown to happen, and now we're slowly starting to find out that maybe the lockdown wasn't necessary. And that's pretty sick. So, all you people that like Trump, remember these words. Remember what Trump said was going to stop the virus. Operation Warp Speed was going to be a one-time only vaccine. One shot cures everything. That's what Trump said. 2 weeks later, when he got that far, where people were on board with it, it became a vaccination program. Then he okayed the lockdowns. He okayed the stopping of the commerce, the ships in the harbors. He okayed all of that stuff, and now there's hundreds of shows on YouTube saying that maybe that wasn't all necessary. So I get sick when I hear somebody say, Trump, Trump, Trump. Yeah, he may very well be your best shot at becoming president for your mindset, but what's behind Trump is the great state of Israel. Just try to remember that, because they control the Congress, they control the Senate, and they control the world with the Congress and the Senate. Now, Biden just offered $39 billion for reparations for student loans, even after Congress said no, and that's going to go through. Yo, mayan buntag, amigo. Salamat. And then he wants another $39 billion for Ukraine, and Trump would do the same thing. He would do the same thing, but a different way. They're all going about the plan that's been in existence for 50, 60, 80 years to destroy the commerce and the American way of life. Look at what the American way of life was in the 50s. One man goes to work for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, comes home, owns a house, 2 cars, maybe a boat, and a second house upstate, and has 4 children, and puts food on the table. And now 2 people working full time can't get that done. Food on the table they can't get done, let alone a second house and a car. This was a planned destruction of the United States, and it's been implemented by the powers that be that I talked about on my Hoodwinked by an Angel channel for 10 years. They knew they were doing this. They did it. It's almost done. And no matter who you put into office, makes no difference whatsoever. Trump did more to destroy the world economy than any 10 presidents, his predecessors. He shut down the economy of the world for 3 years, 2.5 years, 3 years, 4 years before people come back on. 100,000 small businesses in America went out of business and never came back. Millions of people lost their jobs and never coming back. The whole way that American life. Now, what is upsetting me today is that I'm coming back to work and I'm looking at the stuff I built 3 years ago. And the lumber that I bought 3.5 or 4 years ago, it's all rotted. I'm working with junk. I'm putting it where it could be used, but it was never meant to be the things that it's being. I got wood over there for a support a little horse, so to speak, for the power miter. It's like a 3.5-inch high support. The piece on the end that keeps the support from flipping over, that's rotted out. The lumber that I used for the power miter, for the step, for the bridge that's going up on the roof, that lumber's okay, but a piece that I used for a structural support, when I nailed it together, it split in half. So I put it together, and now I'm going to put a piece of plywood on it. But Trump destroyed the economy of the world. Get that through your head. Operation Warp Speed, the lockdowns, he agreed to everything. He let Fauci remain in office, even though the people were saying that Fauci wasn't the best option to be in office. And now look what we got. 3 years people lost their lives, their livelihoods, their businesses, and billions and trillions of dollars, $7 trillion was lost in economic terms across the world economics. $7 trillion. Now look where you would be without Trump letting the world shut down. Some people blame it on Biden. Well, Biden didn't do the lockdowns. Trump did the lockdowns. Get that through your head. He initiated. Biden just took over where Trump left off. Because there is no Democrat and Republican. They're all on the same side. And that side is the great state of Israel. Because they control it all. So let's go over and I'll show you all this rotten lumber that I have. Flying circus. We will all be gone soon. That's the plan. They're working us down by attrition. Slowly but surely. Back in the 50s, they said that America will eventually become a brown nation or a yellow nation. They meant that Chinese and the Asian countries would eventually infiltrate America to the point where everybody is now no longer are there white people. That's a fact. That's been proven 1,000 times over. Let's go. Hey, Bantalion Bro, build a oh my God. Oh my God. We have a comedian, Comedia. Thank you for stopping by. Bantalion Bro. Always a pleasure to see you. Always, and thank you very much for all that of your friendship and your camaraderie over the years. Thank you very much, Bantalion Bro. You know what I'm talking about. I call the Brandon lumber, right, the narrow back lumber. Bilderberg will save us. That's fair, too fair. You could save both. To be fair, you could say both did it. No matter what, no matter who becomes elected next time, the next election is the downfall of the American way of life. There'll be no doubt about it. They've already they did stage 1 in Australia yesterday morning, in case you guys aren't knowing about this. If you remember on my Hoodwinked by an Angel channel, I said for years, when the American $1 bill gets removed from the market. Hey, Big Kevin, thanks for stopping by. I'm doing politics, and then we're going to go to construction, Big Kevin. Hey, how did that operation work out? Big Kevin had a big operation on his knee. I hope that worked out well for you, because I know the pain. And you know, the doctors, off topic for a minute, the doctors say that the pain will go away in 6 months. You have it marked on the calendar the day of your operation. Mark off 6 months from now on your calendar and say, no more pain 6 months from now. And 2 weeks before 6 months is up, the pain will go away. Or 2 weeks after. They got that operation down to a science. And it'll be 6 months before you can bend your leg with no pain. That's true. So good luck with that. Now, I said many times that when they take the $1 bill off the market, paper currency, the world will end as you know it. Now, what did they do yesterday in Australia? They started saying to the customers that went into the banks, a certain percentage of the banks, we will no longer give you cash at the bank. You will have to go through your ATM machine. So they're phasing out cash. Australia has always been a test country. When they took all the arms away from the Australian citizens, they acquiesced. When Australia had the most severe lockdown regulations and rules, they acquiesced. And now they're starting to take away Australians' currency. Well, they don't really have a chance to do anything else. You saw what happened for a quiet protest on January 6th. You saw what happened there. The whole world is coming down on Trump, and I hope they put him in jail for 1,000 years. To be honest with you, because he is the person that allowed the lockdowns to occur. He could have said no. He's an economic genius, but he allowed it to happen. I hope they put Trump in jail for 10,000 years. I hope his DNA is destroyed so that no person will ever be a Trump again. He was the one that allowed the destruction of the American way of life and economy. $1 trillion was lost in commerce for shipping companies. Another trillion or 2 trillion was lost on ships that carry passengers around, like the Disney cruise ship and Carnival lines. $2 trillion was lost. And then over 500 ships that cost between $1 and $3 billion. Another $500 billion in ships were scrapped or mothballed and are now being scrapped now because it would cost too much money to refurbish them. Trump is, in fact, the face, the first big face of the New World Order. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. Now let me go show you some Brandon lumber as somebody. The operation was a success on Kevin. You gotta listen to me now, Kevin. You really gotta listen to me, and I'm not kidding you. You gotta wear the brace, and you gotta wear it for longer than 6 months, because you'll think that your leg is 100%, and it won't be. It won't be. I've seen it happen to other people where they start, or even years later, the operation does never going to give you back the original strength that you had in your leg. It's just not going to happen. So wear the brace for as long as you can. I know it's uncomfortable, but you need to do that. So I'm going to go. Trump was on an island surrounded by turncoats and sharks. Flying circus. He loves Trump. Dump Trump. Dump Trump. I hope they put Trump in jail for 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000,000 years. All right, Kevin gave me a thumbs up. Trump is the person that could have stopped the lockdowns for sure, but he didn't do it because Trump is a face, or the face, or number one face of the New World Order. So let me show you what's going on here today. Okay, so as promised, simulacron, S-simulacron. This is a piece of 3/8 marine plywood I'm going to put on the back of this step, because as you can see, the wood is rotten, and this wood was supposed to be to keep the step from racking back and forth, but that's not going to happen all by itself. So I'm going to put a piece of step on here. Oh wait, Pearl Harbor, FDR. That's right. That's right. FDR knew about Pearl Harbor a week before it happened. Those ships were coming across the ocean at a slow speed. They all knew they were coming. They all knew what was going down. It's all a big master plan. Just like the New World Order has been planned since the 1880s. Okay, so this piece of plywood's going to get cut on this blue line here. It's going to get screwed onto the back here. This piece of lumber is going to go on the end of this, which is a brace for the saw. It's the same height as the saw table, because the piece that was on there, look what happened since the last time I worked on my bench. This was a piece of lumber that was on the back over here, and it rotted out. Thank you, Mr. President Donald Trump. Thank you to the great state of Israel. Everything that I worked on for years and months, and all the hours, hundreds of hours I put into working on this stuff, it all turned into dust because of the termites and because of the rot and because of the lockdown and because you weren't allowed to work. You know, if I could put Donald Trump in a box right now, and he would have to tell the truth, or the box would give him electric shock therapy. And the more lies he told, the greater the electrical current. Donald Trump, I would ask him 100 questions, and he wouldn't get past the first 10, because he has to lie about what he did. And each time, the electric shock is going to get greater and greater. And by the time he gets up to the 10th or 15th lie, the electric shock will stop Trump from lying on the 14th or 16th time. That's how I feel about Donald Trump. And that's all because of this piece of lumber being rotten when I bought it brand new 3 years ago, and now it's pretty much garbage. Thank you, Donald Trump. You think I'm upset? I'm upset. Donald Trump, I would put you in the electromagnetic box in a heartbeat. And I doubt very much you would survive my first 15 questions. What a piece of garbage he was. Now, he wasn't even a president. He was a destroyer of worlds. Remember that? The destroyer of worlds? He's worse than Oppenheimer. He was the destroyer of America. That lowlife piece of garbage. Biden makes Trump look like a hero. I mean, Trump makes Biden look like a hero when you put them side by side objectively for what they've done to America or against America. Biden is a superhero compared to that piece of garbage. Okay, how can I do this now? All right. I'm gonna be going over to the work table now. Biden the Great. And Biden is a piece of garbage by himself also. Okay, so we're at the saw table. I'm going to do some work over there. I'll come back in about 15 minutes and check the comments. And by the way, Scott Del Fuego, if you're listening, Scott, that guy that I lent the money to last November 19th, he now either doesn't have a phone anymore or disconnected or blocked me. I've left him messages in text. He never returned my messages in text. I've called him about, 3 times today, 5 times this week. So he's an American that I've known since 1978. So for you people out there, if you ever meet a guy named David, and he's all friendly, and he was a medic in the United States Marine Corps, and a big successful guy. I only need to borrow that money. Today is November 19th. It's Thursday. I'll have that money back to you by Sunday. That was November 19th of last year. In 3 days, it'll be 9 months. So don't lend money to David, the medical doctor from the United States Marine Corps. In case you meet him in the mall. Hey, David, I'll be coming to your house to see if you're still even living here. But thanks for borrowing money and never paying it back. Scott knows David well. Scott and I have had this conversation several times. Yo, yo! Buntag! this is the same height as this table, and it acts like a horse. Says simulacron. Here's your plywood. I got your plywood right here, buddy. Now it won't rack back and forth. And now I got one more piece for the front for a support so that the front won't move, because there'll be a lot of traffic over this bridge eventually. I'll be checking the comments as soon as I get 3 more screws in this wood. Should be about a minute, 90 seconds or so. I wonder if the Bantayan brawler is still here, because he's actually probably as good or better of a builder than anybody on my channel. He certainly knows more about construction than 99% of the people in the world. You could take that to the bank. Okay, I'll go check the comments, and then I'm going to set the camera up on a different angle. I'm going to remove the existing bridge. But I'm not going to pick this up without gloves, because this thing is loaded with splinters. So I'll bring the camera over and I'll show you the finished product. It's not a big deal, really. It just has to hold up about 500 or 600 pounds at a time for the next stage. But it's only a quick step. It took about an hour and a half to build this. So we have a front bracket on here to keep these boards from racking. When I get the bridge across the top, well, I guess you could call it the roof joist, the bridge, Jack would know what the word would be. The roof header, the header. When I get the bridge across the header, I'll put the steps on here. And in the back, that where it was a rack, where the product was racking a little bit, because all this wood is not really strong anymore. It doesn't have the original strength. I'm trying to do this with one hand. So I just put a piece of 3/8 marine plywood on the back to keep it from racking. So this is strong enough. It only has to last until it doesn't, I don't need it anymore. It's not a permanent thing. Did Jack tell me the name of that piece? The ridge piece, the ridge. Flying Circus got a good video, a couple of good videos up. That's true. Flying Circus says the money will be worth 50% less soon. No, they're working on that already. They've already you know, I was listening to an article, a video in the Philippines yesterday. So this is current news in the Philippines. Diesel fuel and gasoline since today is August 15th, since August 9th, I think it was, has gone up 1 peso per day per liter, or 8 cents a day per liter, or 4 times 8, 32 cents per gallon per day. Excuse me, wait. 1 peso per day, and there's 4 liters, so that's 4 pesos a day, 8 cents a day, excuse me. 8 cents a day for 5 days. So it went up 40 cents per gallon in 5 days. Now, they didn't know when it was going to slow down, but that's what they said. The FAZ, the Aloe. Aloe calls me the FAZ, the magical mystery FAZ. Aloe. Thanks for stopping by, Aloe. Aloe and I, you know, Aloe makes me laugh every day, every single day. The only alpha male on YouTube. Well, there's probably other alpha males, but they just keep to themselves. They may not be doing videos. Thank you, Aloe, for the compliment. Aloe knows what I do besides what I do when I do it. Very few people know what's going on behind the scenes. Thank God I drove a Tesla. You don't drive a Tesla. Teslas cost... I could go into electric. I could go into electric vehicles. You people that think electric vehicles are the end. First of all, right now, if every person in the world, or every person in America, or every person in Europe, right now, today, if everybody was driving an electric vehicle, there wouldn't be enough electric to charge the cars, plus the world would probably get shut down because they don't have the electrical generation plants that generate electric can't generate enough electric to charge. If every vehicle was electric, even in the year 2030, if every vehicle became electric like they want, they'll have to build more nuclear power plants. They don't have enough power plants, and Biden just shut down all the coal-fired power plants. So they don't have enough electrical generation to supply the cars with the electric. They're going to have to, and probably that's their plan, to build more nuclear power plants. But right now, they don't have the infrastructure, even if the electric cars were all in place. You know what, Flying Circus, what I'm going to do? I'm going to send Aloe a release, because Aloe has videos of him giving foot massages to some of the migrants in Switzerland. He got down on his knees. He's a foot washer for the church. They have a foot washing program in Switzerland, and Aloe washes the feet of migrants in Switzerland. So you could theoretically get your foot washed by Aloe de Winter, and more. Believe me when I tell you more. He's friends. You know who he's friends with. Wait till that stuff comes out. We can't talk about that now. He's friends with a guy that's friends with a guy that's going to get absolutely surprised. They wanted to go into my background. Chubba Wubba wanted to go into my background. I couldn't find anything. But that other guy, they found stuff. I want to wash his in many ways. Oh, Flying Circus. This is good. Many Tesla look like upside down. Yeah, but more than that, I'll post some of my fetishes. Flying Circus. No. we already know that you're a provocateur of the song by The Who. Sickness will surely take the mind where minds can't usually roam. Come on the amazing journey and watch Flying Circus lose his freaking mind. So, all in good spirits. All in good spirits. Yeah, there's some information coming out on the internet. So when you guys wanted to do, you wanted to research my background, Chubba Wubba, what a failure he turned out to be, yeah? Even Don C. dropped Chubba Wubba's quest to find out FAZIO's. I don't have a bad, an illegal or criminal past. Although you might hear that from some of the cretins on YouTube. They like to say stuff like that, but there's no proof of such. But Aloe, on the other hand, I have videos of Aloe washing migrant workers' feet as they come off the boat and blessing them in Switzerland. And they have the feet of migrants. You could tell they're migrant feet because the calluses are like very thick. So anyway, now that we're done goofing around, I'm going to set the camera up at a different angle. I'm going up on top of a ladder that I know will not collapse on me. That's pretty cool. I never heard of the chubby thumb. Would it be too much to ask what the chubby thumb fetish is? or do we not want to know what the Oh God. Okay, so I'm gonna set the camera up now on top to show you the top of the ladder. A chubby thumb fetish. My God. Thumbs that are, yeah, I know what a chubby thumb is. But what is the fetish? The fetish is what we want you. Spell it out, Flying Circus. Spell it out. Don't be shy. If you want to put the chubby thumb where the sun doesn't shine, say the words. Tell everybody how you like to put your chubby thumbs where the sun doesn't shine. See? Flying circus. And you wonder why I'm friends with him? I'm friends with him because he's just as sick as aloe. Just different kind of sickness. That's it. How did I know that? Because I grew up in New York. That's how I know that. The chubby thumb fetish is a big fetish amongst New Yorkers. Not my friends, but I've seen. You know, I can't tell you how I know about the chubby thumb fetish. Actually, I can't. I have a story. How to have fun with chubby thumbs 100 different ways. One day I'll do a live stream and I'll talk about some of the girls that I knew in real life and some of the fetishes that they had. One girl's name is Suzette. I may have mentioned her in my other channel years ago. But there was a couple of other girls that had fetishes that, well, going back into the 90s now, to the 80s, we're talking about the 1980s. Going back into the 1980s, growing up in New York, you would meet a girl in a bar, a club, or something like that, and, you know, you want to go home, you know, because I had my own apartment right on the water, 100 feet away from the water. We had a boat in the backyard and we had a pool. Harry Papalato owned the pool. Ernie Gemilaro, he owned the Dream Chaser, the boat, the Dream Chaser. I got pictures of that. Harry Papalato had a tri-hull, and Harry and Ernie would let us use their boat. And of course, Jimmy was Ernie's partner, so we used the boat anytime we want. Anyway, but there were some girls, you'd pick them up in a club and they would want to go home with you. And when you brought them home, you'd say, "Oh, what's up, man?" You know, like, you know, you're hanging out having a few drinks, and they would tell you their fetish. But they wanted voyeurs to the fetish. That was some trippy things happened in New York City in the 80s. Some of the stuff that I'll tell you, you won't believe, but it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. It happened. All right, so let me get this video set up. Okay, so cleaning the lens. Apparently, I slipped the phone into a lock. Okay, so here's where we're going. Up on top of the ladder up there with the chainsaw. We're gonna go on the roof, up the ladder with a chainsaw, and start chopping the bridge that's up there off of its cradle. All right, Flying Circus, I'll see you later. Miko. You know, Miko, you're friends with some really interesting people on YouTube that I really, you know, I would prefer not to talk to you for that reason. I don't know what you say on their channel. Thanks for stopping by, though. So, yeah, I'm like that. If I don't like the people you associate with, typically I don't have much to do with that person either. And I've seen you laughing at things that was said about me, and I really don't appreciate it much. So be good that you probably leave now. Thanks. Okay, so let's go up on top. Get some water. You people that think it's a joke that all the stuff that's happened to me over the course of 3 years, I don't think it's that funny. And Miko, you don't show your face. You got nothing on your channel. You're really not that interesting to me. So if you disappeared forever, that would be okay. Just remember to say goodbye on the way out. Not a problem. Not for me, that's for sure. And I'm going to talk about Miko and his friends in a minute when I get back there. So let's talk about Miko for a minute, because I've about had it with Miko and his kind of quality of blogger. I want you to disappear. Okay, thank you. You want to be friends with the person that attacked me? You go be friends with him. Stay off my channel. From this day forward, I will go into the house, take the time out to block every single name that comes on my channel, named Miko, Michael. You think that it's all fun and games? Show your face, Miko. Show us where you live, put some videos up, and then I'll let you back on my channel. But until that happens, get off my channel, stay off my channel. Thank you. Hey, hey, Mick Fisher, thanks very much. I'm going to be posting, these guys go over to the other channel where the fella that attacked me, and they make fun, or they see somebody making fun and they think it's funny. So I don't need them on my channel. What do I need them for, a view? I don't think so. Okay, thank you very much for stopping by, Mick Fisher. Unwanted, again, Miko. Yeah, no, and not only that, he talked bad about, He wants to be friends with everybody, but you can't be friends with everybody. If someone is a known criminal and you associate with them and they're really, really bad people, that's what Miko does. He does that. And he thinks it's okay to flip-flop from one place to another. So right now I'm going to bring up, I'm going up on the roof. Mick, thanks for stopping by. We're going up on the roof now. As soon as I find my glasses. Huh. And then I'm gonna bring the chainsaw up there. And then I'm gonna bring that little step up there. Not a lot. I don't understand that. In all the years now, I don't go to other people's channels and talk about other people or promote other people's channels. If I don't like them, I just don't say anything. But him, what a great show you're putting on. Yeah, well, that's your opinion. You can go there, but you can't do it. Mein Buntag. Ding, ding. Mein Buntag. Okay, so, all right, so let's go, let's put these glasses on for a moment. Most of you people come to my channel because you want to make fun of where I live or what I do. And there's not a one of you that could do what I do and how I do it, and certainly not at the age of 67. So just remember that. And Richie, Rich Buong, we got something special planned for you. Okay, this thing is pretty heavy. Actually, it's a lot heavier than I could really lift up with one hand. So I think I'm going to do it a little differently. Hold on, the people from the Stanley House are here. Ashley. Ashley. Maybe not. I'll be there in a moment. No. Okay, it's not the man, it's his wife. I want to actually talk to you. Yeah, Rich. Well, you know, Rich, I should have met with you, Rich. We would have had a lot of fun. Okay. Ashley.
Yes, Michael.
Polly who? Good afternoon. So, no, come over here. I don't want to yell because I got the live stream on. So, Christian is gone?
He's on break. He's having a holiday.
No, he's not on holiday.
Well,
He's all depressed and everything.
Yeah, well, he
So,
is.
but how long is he going to be gone for?
Probably 3 months. Who knows? Until he's ready.
So in the meantime, I bought some water for you. You want to reimburse me for the water?
Did you pay for it?
Yes.
I already paid for it. We paid for it in advance.
Well, I gave the guy 150 pesos he asked me for.
Why did he ask you for it? I already paid him when we went there.
What?
We already paid him when we asked him to bring the water.
Well, why did he take my money?
I don't know. Why did you offer him money? Maybe for
He
your
asked
water.
me for money.
Not your water.
No, I paid for mine and for his.
Oh, well, I'm going to have to go over and ask him then.
Okay.
Alright.
So you're gonna go find out?
Well, we're doing
Well,
something-
not, I mean, it's not
right
that
now.
important, but I talked to Christian about it, and he made like it's no big deal. I did the favor of buying it, and I didn't know you paid for it.
Well, that's why we went there to get the water.
No, you just said I told him to bring water.
No, I told him to bring it. I'll go there and ask him, alright?
Okay, thank you. Ah. Okay, I need a hammer, and I need the Wonder Bar, and I need to get this step up on the roof, which is, it's a little heavy. Ah! Huh. Huh. Ah. I know why I want him off my channel, Mick Fisher. I forgot. He was on Nico's Experience channel, breaking his chops. Nico's trying to build up his channel. He doesn't need people trolling him on there with nonsense. That was the reason I wanted him off. I forgot why. Huh. 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 Okay, I'll check the comments because then I'm going up on the roof and I'm going to change the angle of the camera. Oh man, what happened there? Whatever happened to the camera, I don't know. So, I'm gonna go up on the roof in a minute and then I gotta tell you, living in the Philippines, the things you run across, the people, you know, I wish I don't really want to do a live stream about that. Unwanted again. Good work. Thanks, Mick. Yeah, he was on, I forgot, he was on, Nico's trying to build up his channel. He doesn't need people coming on there and saying stuff like that to him. Number one, Nico is new to the blogging experience, so it's going to detract him. Number two, he's going to say something that's going to get him a strike because he's just that type of, he's hyper like myself. So he doesn't need Nico on there breaking his chops. And again, Nico Experience trying to build up his channel. He doesn't need trolls. I don't need trolls. No one needs trolls, except the people that make their living from trolls. But I don't. And Nico doesn't want to have a channel like that. So I will do everything I can to help him. Trump is up there. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring a hammer, a wonder bar. I'm going to pull that material that's up there apart. I'm going to... I don't know that you guys can see what I'm doing up there. I wonder. I think you can. I'm going to change the angle of the camera. Hold on a minute. It's hard for me to see in the sun. It really is hard. The sun is so bright here. Okay, yeah, you guys can see a little bit of what I'm doing up there. I got to go up there with the wonder bar. Oh yeah, I should be in the screen now. I'm going to pull the bridge apart in place. I'm going to pull the bridge apart and then put the step there and get the new bridge lumber in place. So the first thing I got to do, I'm going to take a heat reading. I don't think it's that hot here today, but 117. 117. Okay, let's... $114 is the reading in the sun here today. Not so hot like it was last week. 114 I could live with. And I have ice water here. So the first thing I do now is I go up with the wonder bar and the hammer. I pull the existing bridge apart. I'm sure that any of you guys, including Miko and Rich Buong. Wait, Rich. Wait. You know what you remind me of, Rich Buong? You remind me of the dirt that's swept under the rug that people kick off their feet. You and the people you associate with. And every video you have on your channel is about to get flagged. Just so you know. I need the screw gun. All right, I'll check the comments being that I'm down here. And because I'm going to be up there for about 20 minutes next time. And I want to show you something else. I want to show you what happened to plywood after only 3 years since the lockdown started when I built this original bridge. After 3 years, this plywood that I paid about 1,050 pesos per piece. I paid about 1,050 pesos per sheet for this plywood here. And it's so rotted that it will just come apart with your bare hands. Scott Del Fuego, like a madman. I'm a little bit upset. That guy that I lent that money to either disconnected his number, he's not in the Philippines anymore, hasn't returned any text messages that I sent him, and or he got me blocked. I'm not real sure. So that upset a little bit. But now I got to go to his house. This is what's left of brand new lumber that's only 3 years old. And you can take it apart with your hands. This is what happens to their best. This is the best lumber that they sell in the Philippines for formwork. It's a multiple layer. It's made out of pieces of wood, not sheets, 4x8 sheets laminated together. It's made out of many little pieces. Like this piece here is 3 inches wide. Then they put another piece here and another piece there. It's almost like flake board, but it's garbage. They know it's garbage. They know it doesn't last 3 years. And they sell it as the best possible product available with a plastic coating on it for building forms. So if you had forms made out of that lumber, the life expectancy of your form would be 1 year, 2 years tops. 2 years tops. You might get 5 pours or 6 pours out of that lumber, and then you throw it away. Okay, so I'm going back up on the roof with the screw gun and the earmuffs. Yeah, Scott, I must have left about 6 or 7 messages in the last 2 weeks for that guy. And at the time I left the messages, they went through. But now they're not going through. Okay, I got the lumber up there that I need. Huh. Huh. All right, I'm on my way down here. The bridge is complete. I have to put 2 straps on it and then put 2 24-inch steps on the step part of it. But other than that, it's done. Huh. I'll be there in about 30 seconds. Alrighty, I'm gonna go sit down in the, well, let me show you the lumber. Let me show you what garbage they sell us here. This is the garbage that I just took off the bridge. Now this lumber, one of the last things I did before the lockdown was I built that bridge out of Gemalaya lumber, because at the time, Aloe DeWinter had to check in on FAZIO. Thanks, Aloe. One of the things I did before the lockdown was I bought lumber to build this bridge that you see on the floor here. This is the garbage that they sell you here in the Philippines for lumber. This is called Janalia or Gemalia lumber. The bugs love it. The termites love it. The beetles love it. The worms love it. And the every intrusive bug, including ants, will live in this product. So this wood is 3.5 years old. This is one piece of it. It doesn't even weigh. It doesn't weigh a half a pound. This piece. It's hollow. The bugs eat it from the inside out. And then here it is. Here's a piece that was also starting to get. Now any wood that's touching this, that's where it rots out. If you have two pieces of wood together and there's water between it, this was not subject to a plate on the top or the bottom of it, but it's still rotted out. But on the end here, this where it went on, where it touched the roof of the house, it just completely turned to dust, because this piece here, this is where wood was laying on top of wood. And this is the best lumber that they sell. They sell cocoa lumber, but this is the second best. And when they don't have cocoa lumber, they sell you this garbage. And that's all that there is here, garbage wood to buy in the Philippines. There's no such thing as longleaf yellow pine. You can buy mahogany, but like say a piece of this 2x2 here, this 2x2 here, let's say this was 10 pesos 3 years ago. About 10 pesos is what you'd pay for this, 20 cents a foot. But mahogany would be 25 pesos per foot. So it's 2.5 times the price. And the problem with mahogany is sometimes it's stronger, sometimes it's not. It depends on the cut. If it's quarter sword, it's stronger. If it's cut from the outside or heartwood, it's not. So this is what happens to the lumber after only 3 years. It just basically, if lumber is touching lumber, no matter what you got, house, boat, deck, or anything else, it just rots. So let me go back to the comments. Thanks for stopping by, Alan. Okay, just got back. Okay. Mike. Yes. Mike Dowdy. Hello, Mike Dowdy. Uh-oh. Fazio fell down from the ladder. Imagine. Okay, Michael, thank you. Call you tomorrow. Okay, Scott. Running back. Okay. Okay, so I'm caught up with the comments. The Dowd meets the Faz. The Dowd meets the Faz. The Dowd meets the Faz. Hi-ho, the Lario. The Dow meets the Faz. Hi-ho, Alario. Alario, right? Alario. Okay, so the bridge is built. The new bridge is built up there. And I took it apart up there. You might have saw me playing with some of the wood. I don't like handling lumber with 3-inch, well, the nails are 2 inches sticking out of the wood. I don't like handling it like that. I'd rather knock the nails down as I take it apart. There are some of the nails I did not take apart, like the small one here, because I threw it, I could pick it up and throw it far. But on a long piece of lumber, I try to knock them down or take them out before I throw the lumber, because it hangs up on something and then it goes in a different direction. It could hang up on your shirt and then the nail will go through your leg. It's not safe. It's safer to throw it, to clean it up before you throw it down. Now all this lumber that you saw on the floor here, this all goes to the pig roast next week, 2 weeks from now. So It won't go to waste. But if I didn't give it to the pig roast, I'd cut it up and pull it outside. Freebird, Master Craftsman, hello. Thank you for stopping by. There's the man who loves the cats. Now, if you like cats and you want to see cats play, if you want to see, like, I think I counted 6 in yesterday's video. But if you want to see 6 cats jumping around like springs, Freebird, you're a wrench, right? You're not a wrench. Go to Freebird's channel. If somebody can get Freebird's link up there. And if you like cats, he's got a cat house where the cats can go in the house and on different levels. And he's got the house is made out of rugs, so you see them climbing up and down like mountain climbers. It's actually quite cute, all the cats. So thanks for stopping by, Freebird. You know, I'm not tired and I'm not hot. I'm weak. I didn't eat today. I had coffee this morning. I want to do a 24-hour fast, which is almost up. Actually, it is up. Whatever time it is now. Yeah, that's actually up. It's 1:30. Yeah, my 24-hour fast is up 6 hours ago. What am I thinking? Since yesterday morning. Freebird, why wouldn't they let you comment for why would they block you? I'm waiting for the answer. Why would they block you? You're like the most mellow guy on YouTube. Yeah, so it's actually 24 and 31 hours. Freebird puts the M in mellow. He does. He's like the coolest guy on YouTube, like with the cats and with the cats on his head and with the cats in the blanket and the cats in the cat house and the cats. He's got a fishing pole now where the cats chase a sponge fish and the cats will. I always like when my cat jumps straight up in the air for no reason at all. My cat would just wake up and jump straight up in the air. But Freebird has a fishing pole with a cat on it, and then they all attack that. You laughed at some goofy Bigfoot channel. Huh. Yeah, you know, YouTube, I'm sure that you've all noticed that I certainly stopped mentioning names and things like that. YouTube has changed, you know, and you people don't, the rule changes are subtle. Cats in the Cradle. Yeah, remember that? That song was a great song. It's a really good song, too. I'm Gonna Be Like You, Dad. Yeah, that was one of my favorite songs back in the 70s. That and Jim Croce, Time in the Bottle. Those two were probably one of the greatest songs that I like from that era. That doesn't have the word Pink Floyd in front of the title. But when it comes to music, I like Pink Floyd. So, YouTube's changes are very subtle, but they're very, for me, I noticed them. Even I did nothing but post smiley faces. Yeah, well, somebody, yeah, this is what I mean about their new. Look, 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 look. It's the woke aspect of reality. They don't want anything on YouTube anymore. Any kind of critical thinking. Critical thinking is pretty pretty soon. Critical thinking will be banned. You will have to say what the establishment says. It's already in motion. You had you had you had people that were in charge of entire medical programs, viral labs, that would say something off color, and they would lose their job as a virologist for a laboratory that they worked for maybe 40 years. Or if they were working in a hospital, they'd lose their job and their tenure just for going against what they studied their entire life. They don't want any kind of criticism about anything on YouTube anymore, unless, of course, no. It was the smiley faces. I take great offense. I take great offense to the smiley faces too. I think you're laughing at me. In fact, I'm gonna. No, I'm only kidding. But yeah, they don't want any. Freebird and everybody else that's here. Last week, I can't even. I can't even say what I said. Okay, so last week I made a comment, and normally that comment, I've made this comment before. I've used this selection of words before. And last week, I made a comment using the same selection of words that I've used since I've been on YouTube. Because if you get creative, you can say something about somebody without saying something about somebody, and it won't pick it up. Last week, I used two words. And the second one was grow, D-R-O-W. And I made the sentence, was a joke, laughter, LOL at the end, push the comment button, and YouTube, it came back up, boom, like that. Are you sure you wish to post this comment? Would you like to check to see if it goes against YouTube's community guidelines? And then it gave me a link to YouTube's community guidelines. It gave me all that information for an 8 or 9 word post. Are you sure you want to post this comment? Question mark. Does it go against YouTube's guidelines? Would you like to check YouTube's guidelines? And then it gave me the link. So it now knows, and I may have been the only person to ever use that word terminology. I don't know, and I've never seen it on YouTube in 14 years. I've been on YouTube. I've never seen it on YouTube. But they picked it out, and then I said no, and I deleted the comment. Because if it went through all that trouble, and I posted the comment, it was going to give me a strike. Right there. If I would have said yes, posted the comment, I would have got a strike right away. Now, was the comment sarcastic? Yeah, it was. It definitely was. But I used every method that I know to get it on YouTube without making it seem in a negative light. But they have the artificial intelligence picks all that stuff up now. Okay, so what I need now is 3-inch screws. I need 3-inch screws. I have the screw gun upstairs. I need the drill bit. And then I'm going to go finish the step. I need 2 steps also. I really don't want to cut up. I have a 2x12. I think I'll just cut one. Okay, so, yeah, 31 hours with no food at all. Just water. Oh, yeah, I had coffee. Just coffee powder, no sugar. I'm getting a little weak. Well, I'm going up there anyway. We'll go fight the beast. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going upstairs. Okay, so I'm going to just put the screws in the end of that. Actually, I should go get a step. Bring the chainsaw over. I could make a quick step. I'll be back in about 90 seconds. Now, let me tell you what I'm going to do. I want to clean this place up first. This place is getting a little busy to walk around. I'm going to clean up first. I got nails. I got nails and lumber everywhere that it doesn't belong. And that's just not a good thing. So let me get another pair of gloves. Get that lumber up to the front. You know what I gotta do? Before I give this lumber to my landlord, I gotta knock the nails down. So, I'll use the new horse to do that. I'll use the horse for what it was meant for. Working with lumber in the Philippines, baby. Which of course means we have to change the position of the camera, which we will do right now. Okay, I think you could see that, what we're doing over there. I'm going to be back in about 20 seconds. I need the Wonder Bar, and I need a 22-ounce S-swing hammer, and I'll get the Wonder Bar in about 15 seconds. I'll be back. I'm coming back now. On my way back to the work table. Something that most of you would not understand. When some people hear the word work, they go into a circle jerk. They become very dizzy when you say the word work, because they skirt around the word work. Yes, indeed. Some people are afraid of that word. The word is the bird. I might as well cut this up while I got it here too, right? You know what I should do? I should have turned that camera around. Hold on a minute. Let me get this lumber on the table, and then we'll make sure that I want to move the camera back a few feet. You guys, if I'm going through the trouble of letting you watch, you should at least be able to see what I'm doing. So let's take a look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Any comments? Okay. Whoa. Okay, no comment. Up. Well, we have a comment from Cat. Hello, Cat. I can't see the rest of it because, well, the sun and this the screen on this Samsung camera seems like that it gets worse by the day. I don't know why, but it does. Let's see. Cat. Now I can't do it because I got my gloves on. Cat, thanks for stopping by. Plus the glasses have sawdust and oil from the chainsaw. From earlier, I was cutting wood with the close up, and the oil that comes out of the chainsaw bar, it interferes with it goes right on, it sticks to the glasses. Oh, that's much better. Some people do work. Some people just talk about work. That's all they can do. Because they're not me or you. Some people are allergic to work. I don't get it. I actually enjoy work. I really do enjoy working. It's not like I work because I have to or because I need to. I work because I want to. Wait till you people move to the Philippines and find out all the things you can never do again, like go to the Colorado River or go to the Rocky Mountains or go fishing in the Gulf of Mexico or water skiing, because you can't own a boat here very easily, or just taking a trip, getting in your car and taking a trip to the mountains, because 90% of all the people that live here that are foreigners, they don't drive because of the rules here. Now there's a couple of people that do drive, no doubt about that, but the rules here are very strict against foreigners driving cars. You're allowed to drive. I have a driver's license, a valid driver's license in the Philippines, but I wouldn't want to drive here. Could I drive? Yes. Could I buy a car? Of course. But I wouldn't want to drive here because, well, you could talk to a couple of different people about that. It seems that unless you have a video that the accident, if you have an accident, was not your fault, you need to have a 6-way video in your car at all times, because if there's no proof that it was not your fault, it's your fault. And then you are responsible, and the insurance here in the Philippines is not like in America where you have a $100,000 policy. You get into an accident, you hand them your insurance card and you're done. Not so here, baby. Here, your insurance may not cover the medical costs and expenses and the time out of work for the person that was in the accident. Even if it's their fault, you better have money in the bank, because you're not going to be able to buy a big insurance plan like we have in America. I think the highest insurance plan I saw 6 years ago when I was looking to buy a car for a used car was $2,000 for various different things, but like maximum medical insurance, $2,000, maximum injury, $2,000, maximum vehicle damage, $2,000, like that. You don't get made whole for your if you have an accident. Basically, what I'm saying is there's a lot of stuff that you might want to do here that you can't do here because you want to take a ride in your car. Most people don't even want to have a car here. About 6 foreigners on this block, and 2 of them have cars. The other 4 don't have a car. And if those of you who go scuba diving in America, you could go scuba diving for the day in America. 2 dives on a 48-foot boat, 2 tanks, 2 dives deep, 110 feet wreck dive, 60-foot mediocre dive for about $75 for the day. Here, it's set, and that's with a big screen TV, a shower, ice in a bucket, a free orange, a free can of Coke after each dive, a shower, a freshwater shower, and internet access plus a bathroom for $70 a day. Here, you go out on a wooden boat. If you have to go to the bathroom, you got to jump in the water. No internet, no ice, no shower. So it's not like it is in America, and it's the same price. So, and there's no really good diving here anyway. Believe me, I've tried most of the places. There's one place in Bohol I haven't tried. I don't know that I'm ever going to be able to do it because of my ear. I don't know that I'll ever go diving again. But I did do a lot of dives, and the truth is, there's just not a lot of places to go diving here. So that's almost out of the question. a lot of things when you get to the Philippines you can no longer do. Like, or even personal stuff, like going to visit your cousin or your aunts. They're all in another country. Yeah, occasionally you should clean up while you're working, because otherwise you're going to be stepping on scraps and little things like this, which looks like a nice piece of wood, but it's like a marble when you're walking on top of that piece of wood on top of dirt, and you'll break your ankle pretty easy like that. Safety first. It's an old adage we used as A&P mechanics. Safety first. Alrighty. Now, what did I say I wanted to make? I wanted to make one step, right? I did. Okay, I got another box over here. I'll bring it to the front. And then I'll check the comments. And then I'm going to get a piece of wood and make a step. Okay, flying circus is keeping us company. Freebird, I got a week suspension on Messenger. Dennis Adam, sarcasm. Thanks for the thumbs up, Dennis. Cat Hathaway. Yeah, well, thanks for stopping by, Kat. Okay, I'm going to go get a... I'm actually going to go get a piece of 3x8. And I'm going to put it on that power miter. And then I'm going to cut it down to 24 inches. 2 pieces. 24 inches wide. So I'll be back in about probably take about 60 seconds to start the chainsaw and cut the lumber. So you count down from 60 starting now. I need a ruler. bad. Okay, that's good now. Wow, that was a tough one, yeah? I gotta bring out a framing square because the rough sawn edges of this lumber let that little speed square go crooked. Okay, I'm gonna sit down. It's really super stupid hot in that sun right now, and now it's going on 33 hours that I haven't eaten. So I'll give you a temperature reading. (125 degrees). (129). So for the weak of heart, the faint of heart, the man that should have been born with either more or less chromosome, I'm not sure which way that goes, but for those men that are susceptible to heat stroke, I suggest you go inside to your air-conditioned rooms because it's 129 degrees in the sun out here today. That's quite a bit. For most people, that would be too much. Okay, so let's bring the camera back over here. And we're going to set the camera back up going upstairs again. Oh. Okay, we'll check the comments. Flying Circus, yeah, well, Flying Circus doesn't know why he got canned on Facebook. I could tell you exactly why he got canned on Facebook. Because the rules are changing. They don't want anything negative on anybody's channel ever. Everybody has to be conformity. Do you realize how many companies are going are losing billions and billions and billions. I think Bud Light, I don't know what, they lost a lot of money, right? But did they, well, they're never going to get those people back to drink beer. I think I've drank, since I was born, I may have tasted a Bud Light, realized I didn't like it. Um, I don't ever remember drinking one or wanting one, but because I drink Heineken. If I'm going to drink, and that's my way of getting out of drinking when people come to the Philippines and say, come on, let's go get a beer. Let's go. And then when I get to where I'm going, I say, do you have cold Heineken? No. No, sir, but we have, no, I'm not, do you have Heineken and a bag of ice? No, sir. Okay, then I don't want to drink. Thank you very much. So it's a kind of a trick, it's a ploy, but I don't want to drink alcohol anyway. I don't enjoy it. Certainly don't enjoy moving around at this age drinking alcohol. It's too much strain on the body. And for all of you people that think it's a wonderful thing to feel to get a buzz, well, maybe it is for you, but not for me. I have stuff to do during the course of the day, and three beers yesterday, the sound is great. 3 beers yesterday would screw me up for today. Yeah, the sound on this camera, the camera on this Samsung and the sound is very good. That I will agree. It's the other stuff, the fact that it shuts off when the compressor kicks on because of it's called radio frequency or eddy currents, flux field. When the compressor kicks on, a flux field is created by the motor, and it breaks the connection between the internet. But it didn't do that originally, and it's getting worse. It used to only do it if I was in the shop. Now it does it if I'm 35, 40 feet away. Aloe is back. Thanks for my sound check, Aloe. No, I'm not gonna have trolls on my channel. It's just not gonna happen. If people don't agree with me, then just watch. Hello, you John. Man, hop on. If people don't agree with me and they want to troll me, go troll me on somebody else's channel. But I might even go proactive on troll you. Like if I see you trolling me on another channel, I'll just see if I can get to your page and block you there. I have 282 people blocked. And I thought that was a lot more. I thought we were up around 400, but apparently YouTube cleaned out a lot of accounts. I even looked for that guy, Mike Ross. He asked me nice to unblock him, but his account doesn't show up in my block list. But then somebody said Mike Ross is a troll, and I know he's a troll. But I was going to try it, but I gave up. I give up pretty easy on that. You know, to go through your block list, it's like going through a time capsule for me. You got that worthless guy from Australia has 6 or 7 accounts that I remember that he used. All of his accounts are still valid accounts, or they're still in my block page. You got, I don't know how many Mikes, Mikos, Mikkels, Mick. I don't know how many of those there are, probably 8 or 10. But he's not coming back on my channel anymore. And if you see him, knock him off the channel. I don't really want him here. I'm just going to give up on the trolls. I don't have the time for it. Now that I'm getting busy again and going back out working, I don't need to even think about stuff like that. So I'm going to take those. I need the drill bit. I got to take the 3-inch screws up there. the blocks of wood. I can throw up the 3-inch screws. The screw gun is up there. I'm going to need the blower up there. Okay, so I'm going to have to go one for the blower and the screws. Blower and the screws. The drill bit will fit in my pocket. Have a hammer up there. I'll take the Wonder Bar up there with the screw box, the screw can. Okay, I'm all set. So I'm going to put the phone down. And go get the tools that I'm going to need. To get up on the roof with. Huh. 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 Whew. Really hot today. Okay, that's the wood. Now I need the blower, the screws, and the drill bits in the screw box. Huh. 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 Ho. 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 Huh. I got the blower and I got the screws. Got the wood. I got the hammer. We go. Huh. 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 am I here for a reason? No. Yeah, okay. Makes it a little easier to do it from this angle. my next trick, that one worked out well, yeah? We had to slide the ladder over 8 inches back onto off the top of the container. Okay, I'm going up now to finish screwing up the steps. That would be the next step. The next step is to finish the steps. The next step is to finish the steps. Ha! 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 That's not supposed to happen, but it did. Well, it's hot up here. I'm actually sweating, dripping off my face. Ha! I'll be coming down in about 5 minutes. I'll be coming down and I'm going to end the live stream because I'm pretty much done for today. I could do a couple of things up here, but we're going on 34 hours with no food. "34-hour fast so far. I might go another day. I've been thinking about it all day. I'm not hungry now. I'm not tired. I haven't gotten dizzy. I'm not weak. So I might go one more day, which would make it tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock would be 2 days, just water, fast. I did have coffee powder today, but that's all I had. So I'll be ending the stream because I still have an hour to pack up. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a day. I'm done. I'm thinking, should I or shouldn't I? Yeah, I'm done. Okay. When I come back up, I need a roll of tape to tape a rag on the end of this. an old glove. I'm gonna have to bring a bag up here for the leaves when I come back up. Might happen. Alright, I'm coming over to the cam. Oh. Yeah, a lesser man that's afraid of the sun would be out of luck up there, because I don't know how hot it was up there. I didn't bring the tool, the thermal tool, but I will tell you something, up on top, sitting in the sun, the breeze stopped and the sweat was just running off of my chin, like a real man, not an air-conditioned bedroom sweat. It was sweat from being up on top of a hot roof, baby. Okay, so I'm gonna put the blower down. I might just say goodbye and clean up on my own, unless you guys want to watch me clean up, show you how a real man finishes up the job at the end of the day with a proper cleanup. But before I do that, I got to get my ice water. Whew, hot up there. Okay, so I grabbed a bottle of ice out of the freezer at about 10 o'clock this morning, and the ice just went away while I was up on the roof. Before I went up on the roof, it was ice. So we still have cold water. Because real men can drink only cold water. They prefer ice water. But then again, ice water up on a hot roof is not a good thing. I've watched people drink cold water, not ice water, on the top of a black shingle. We were doing a 3-tab roof. Me, Ronnie, Carl, and probably Johnny Mack. And there were 2 men that I hired to work with us, but they weren't my men. Ding, ding, ding. When you come back, you take one box, Palihog? Salamat. And I hired 2 men. And the fella had ice water, and it was dead afternoon, middle of July or August. It was hot up there. And I said to the guy, don't drink that cold water up here. Just sip it. And he turned it upside down, and he passed out on the roof. We got him. He didn't fall down, but he just looked around like he was all dizzy and everything, and then he just passed out. Not a good thing. Being overheated and drinking ice water will knock you out. Not every time. Not a real man. A real man could drink ice water on a hot roof, but that guy was. Ding. You come back? Okay, salamat. A real man would could drink ice water and not pass out. I mean, now I'm 67. I don't know if I'm still a real man capable of drinking ice water on a hot roof, but I would still do it because if that's what I got, that's what I got. Now I got 11% of power left in the phone, so I'm going to drink some cold water. I think I'll go in and get the charger. Yes, Pontiff, that's right. And Pontiff, you're going to get blocked shortly, but let's just go through the numbers, okay? You're definitely getting blocked. We had COVID in 2020, remember? And the world was shut down until 2022 and a half, almost 2023. And then we had Cyclone Odette, which gave us 34 days with no power, no fuel for almost 40 days at the gas stations, a 2-hour wait. And then remember, right after January of 2022, I was attacked. Remember that, Pontiff? So you are a troll, and you're that man's friend. So whoever's out there, if I have a wrench, remove Pontiff from my channel permanently. Thank you. So Pontiff, there's your answer why nothing got done. And there was another thing in 2018. If you remember, I got injured when a ladder collapsed from underneath me. So there's your answer. I hope you enjoyed it. And your history, dude. You are history. All right, I guess I'll have to go. Flywoods, are you still here? The Pontiff. You think it's funny. You think it's funny that the ladder collapsed too, I bet, right? But you won't say that in real life face to face, will you? No, you won't do that. I'll go in the house now and I'm going to see what you got on your channel. And unless you have videos on your channel with your face and what you do, you're getting blocked. If you do have videos on your channel, I'm going to give you a free pass. So I guess he left. He thought he just left a random comment and left. I'll be back in a minute. I got to get the power cord anyway. Yeah, the Pontiff doesn't have long on the channel of the FAZIO. There will be no more trolling on my channel. Okay, and it's not 8 years. It's 2018 to 2023 is 5 years, and 3 of those years was a lockdown, a cyclone, and then when I got injured, I simply stopped working on the hotel. All I'm doing now is prep work for one way or another. If I build a hotel, if I don't build a hotel, the work I'm doing now has to get done. But you need to die off my channel. You need to disappear, dude. You're going to get blocked right now. Pontiff, say goodbye. Good night, Mr. Calabashi. Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Calabash. Good night, wherever you are. Okay. Okay, I'm back. So we got, I can't see the chat on my computer, and I have no idea why. I can't even block that guy. So if I have a wrench on the channel and you can see Pontiff, he needs to get off the channel permanently. Permanent vacation for the Pontiff. Thank you. If we could do that, I'd appreciate it. There was, so now you thought you interrupted me, but I was literally taking a break. You people are a trip, man. Not one of you have the memory of a 12-year-old child. That's how stupid most of you people are. I didn't even get the plans until 2018. Okay, thanks, Dennis. All right, yeah, there's something definitely wrong. Probably one of the creeps out there is probably flagging the chat. Who knows? Thank you. All right, thanks. Yeah, you see, I can't put user. No, the Pontiff. You know what? I just saw him. Hold on a minute. I think I could do this. Put user in timeout. It only gives me. It doesn't give me. I see a. I don't know. I still don't know how any of this stuff works. Believe it or not. Okay, well, I've spent enough time on the Pontiff. Simulacron. So, thank you. Pontiff was timed out. Thanks, Simulacron. Hey, Sim, I put that plywood on the back of the step like I told you I would do. It works. It really kept it from racking. Now, if we could just get... I wanted to finish on the roof today, but I didn't have a plastic bag, or I need a thatch rake up there, a plastic bag. And the blower. So I have the blower. And I have a plastic bag, but I'm done. I'm not climbing up and down that ladder anymore today. I've been on a fast since 6 o'clock yesterday morning. All I had was water. So I've been working out here for now, what, an hour before, 3 hours now, 4, close to 5 hours in the sun with no food, and I'm feeling good. Now that's what happens when you don't eat. If you do fast, if you do a water fast, it's hard to do a fast. I'll sit here and explain it to you for a moment. We eat 2 or 3 times a day. So your body gets used to that. Whether you need the food or not, it's like an alarm clock. It says it's time to eat. But yesterday, I had breakfast at 5:30 in the morning, and I did not feel like eating after that. I just didn't feel like eating. Usually you get hunger pains and your mouth gets watery and stuff like that. That didn't happen. So that's a good time to say, okay, well, I won't eat today. So, but when I woke up this morning, I had got my coffee, but I wasn't hungry. So I didn't eat this morning. So that was a 24-hour fast. And then I left the house at about 9:30, quarter to 10, and I didn't feel like eating. So I said, you know what, I'll just go for the rest of the day. Now I'm okay now. But sometimes what happens is after 2 days of not eating, your entire wish, want, will, or desire to eat goes away. You just psychologically and physiologically, you don't want to eat. So that's where I'm at right now. Now, if you can go 4 days without eating, then you won't want to eat at all. You won't think about food anymore. You'll say, mentally, you'll say, what did I ever want food for? I don't need it. I'm doing fine without it. That's what happens after 4 days of not eating just water. I'm not even doing water and lemon. Now, after 7, 8, 9 days like that, your stomach shrinks to about this big, where even if you wanted to eat, you couldn't even eat a Frankfurter. Or say you wanted to have a slice of pizza, or 6 grapes. After 8 days, your stomach shrinks, where 6 grapes will fill you up. And the longest I ever went was 10 days on a water fast. I felt fine after 10 days. I didn't even want to eat after 10 days. I mean, you don't get hungry anymore after 4 days. You just don't think about food. But after 10 days, you have to start to think. When I did that, I was a lot thinner. You have to start to think, where is the energy going to come from? Right now, I know where it's coming from stored fat. So if I can go 10 days, 10 days. It's a long time. I don't think I'll do 10 days, though. I might go 3 or 4, though. I'm definitely thinking about 3 and 4. Yeah, I don't know what went wrong with the chat. You know, my chat just said that your chat service is not available. Try again later. Okay. No doubt one of the creeps on YouTube. I don't know. I mean, YouTube will look to see in the chat if anything is negative in the chat. I don't see anything negative in the chat. Maybe I missed something. But they normally don't turn off the chat. I never saw that happen before. Oh, yeah, well, so I drank one of these, 2 700 liters this morning, a cup of coffee. Oh, I think I'll have a little more water now. Oh, that tasted good. Okay, so I'm going to go start putting the tools together. The Pontiff. I really wanted to go see his channel, too. You know, typically what I noticed is people that have, unless you get some worthless trash blogger like Rich, he loves to say negative stuff all over the internet. Imagine you trust 10 or 12 people in your life. And imagine you tell somebody that you're going to go to a bar with. Look, I don't want my face shown on YouTube. Okay, no problem. And then intentionally, the guy shows your face. And now there's nothing you could do about it because you wanted to remain anonymous, remember? And then the guy intentionally showed, and then he he maintains a friendship. That would be like the end of our friendship. Like 30 seconds later, I would be walking out of the bar, and that's it. I'd go find something else to do. If I was on vacation, I'd go find something else to do while I was on vacation. Who needs friends like that? Yet that guy let that happen and maintain friendship with somebody that betrayed his trust. I don't understand that mentality. Even the creeps on YouTube believe they have more honor than that. Well, and it's just a belief that they have. They don't actually have any honor among the creeps. The creeps are the creeps. Creeps. The creeps. They creep into your live chat and they creep out of your live chat and they leave a trolling comment. Okay. So, okay. Let's go over here. I don't know. There is something I don't understand about this. Okay. Time to go put the tools away. I do have the power in the phone, so it won't shut off. And I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Tomorrow I'll blow off the roof. I'll bring a bag up there for leaves so I don't blow the leaves on the neighbor's property. Okay. Okay, so I need a bucket. I had a bucket. The bottom of one of my buckets actually blew apart this morning. Never saw that happen before. Look at this plywood. This plywood is 3 years old. Three years old, this plywood is. Look at this plywood. Look what you can do to a piece of 3/4 inch plywood. This is 3/4 inch plywood. It's 3 years old. That's how long plywood lasts here. There's something, the quality of the lumber, the bugs, the waste products from the bugs. I'm not real sure what makes it last only 3 to 5 years. But that's all it lasts. Not longer than that, that's for sure. coming back that way in about 40 seconds. Get that last bucket of tools. After not working for a year and a half, I'll tell you, at the end of the day, I could feel muscles that I haven't used in a long time. In the back, and in the stomach, and even in the shoulders. That lockdown 2 years, and another year and a half after that, with the operation, going on 18 months, that's 3.5 years, no work. All the muscles atrophy. That's, you know, it's the same thing like when you don't work, now what's going on? Going on 3 years. A lot of us haven't worked in 3 years. Your muscles, they atrophy to the point where to get them back to where they were, that's not possible. Because you get older, you don't have the ability anymore. Oh man, you don't have the ability anymore to build up that muscle memory. So basically, I don't know what I could compare not working for 3 years to, but I could come close. It would be like somebody that just said, I'm going to watch television for 3 years, and they just sit in a reclining chair. Because pretty much that's what we all did, right? I mean, I took some walks and like that, but work, no work. And then when I had, are you going over to Hill?
Yes, Mike.
Polly Hoog, wait, you bring one box over there for me? For the roast? Polly Hoog? Or just bring, maybe you have this, yeah. Come on. Just give it to him, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay.
Guapo,
Guapo ka. Hey, if Ding is over there, tell Ding to come over and get a box. Okay? Thank you. Yeah, so not working. Imagine having a name like Ding, D-I-N-G. That's like Alo's friend. Ding, 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 ding. That's his real name, Ding Ding. I met a guy once. So when your muscles atrophy from laying down, doing nothing in bed, or just sitting and watching television, or just sitting at a computer, your muscles, they get weak. Really weak, man. I feel muscles in my back now that I haven't felt in a very long time. There's really no, well, I mean, you could go to a gym and work out, but it's hard to get back into shape. And that when you're old, it's a lot harder than when you're young. And I'm getting old. So, imagine, I was talking about Ding. The guy's name is Ding Ding, right? It took me years before I would call the man Ding Ding. I don't know why. So there's another guy I know that has a fruit vendor. His name is Dong Dong. D-O-N-G, D-O-N-G. Dong Dong. See, because we have names that coincide with those sounds. Dong Dong, Ding Ding. Dong Dong, especially Dong Dong. But that's his name, Dong Dong. And that's what he wants you to call him, Dong Dong. Okay, so the chat is still not working. So I got one more bucket, and then I got to put the cords away. There's the bridge. There it is. There it is. The bridge. Finished job. The bridge is done. The steps for the bridge are done. The step singular is done. The only thing I got to do up on the roof now is there's a workbench on the roof. The workbench on the roof, well, you'll see that tomorrow. There's nothing left to the workbench. Nothing at all. In fact, I had 8 2x2s on top of that workbench when last I was on the roof. I don't even know that they're still up there. I didn't notice them. But whatever's left of those 2x2s is probably, they're not worth anything. They'll be good for the roast. Boy, I can't, I've used, I don't know, how many tons of lumber have I used? A 60-foot tractor trailer truck. Excuse me. A 40-foot tractor trailer truck. 6 foot high of lumber, because I'd order 4 or 5 jobs at a time. That would be 38 tons of lumber. And I would do that 3 or 4 or 5 times a year. So that's 200 tons a year, year in and year out. When I was building decks, that's just the lumber. Sometimes I would get 60 sticks, 50 feet long, and they weigh a ton each. So that'd be 60 tons of lumber. They would put those sticks on top of either my load or another load. They put 15 sticks on top, 60 footers. Wow, I did a lot of work years ago. I get tired putting a couple of screws, and I don't think I put 2, 4, 6, and 8, 14 screws, and then 14 more, 28 screws today, and I cut about eight pieces of lumber. I used to cut 1,000 pieces of lumber a day with that saw, sometimes more. Sometimes I would stand in front of that saw for 4 hours and just cut lumber for the fences, because I made my own fences, the lollipop fences. I might make, there's 2 slats to a foot, and you'd have 200 feet on the side of the house and 60 feet in the back. That'd be 260, double that, 520 slots, and then you got to figure for gates and stuff like that. I might make 600 slats in one day. But the slats they were not cut flat. They were cut on a 45-degree angle on the top. So the slat would be 6 inches wide, and a 2-inch 45 and a 2-inch 45. So there'd be 520 slats times 4 would be 524. That's 2,080 cuts for the 45-degree pieces. 2,080 cuts plus 520 slats. So you'd have 2,520. You'd have 2,640 cuts in one day. And that power miter I would do that. I would just sit next to the miter, and I would just set it up for the length of the slats for the fence, and the length of the slats if there was a lower gate, Well, we were making a rounded gate, and then I would just cut all the 45s on top and bottom of the slats. And I got, for those fences, $50 per lineal foot. And the slats cost $1 a foot. So that was for 10 feet. The slats were usually 5 feet, 5 feet. So $10 for the slat, and then $4 more for the 2x4s. So that'd be, say, with the nails, $16 a foot for material. But then you had to put posts with concrete. So you have to add another $2 a foot. Another, 8 feet posts. That's another $8 for 8 feet. So it would cost me $20 a foot for materials with the cement, the nails, and the wood. And the hinges were $75 for 2 hinges for the gates. But so for $20 a slat, I charge $50 a foot. I mean, $20 a foot for material. So there was a guy, some guy's name is Rat something, I don't remember his last name. He was on another channel, and he goes, I don't believe FAZIO ever built a deck, even though there's hundreds of pictures with me building decks. And I went to his channel. He's got no videos, no videos, no pictures, no promoted channels, nothing like that. I don't believe FAZIO ever built a deck because he used rotted wood to make a step. Well, and that's true, I did. I used rotted wood. But I built a step with wood that was another year sitting over there. I could have just threw it out. But some of it was okay, and about 10 feet of it was just totally rotted. It went over to for the pig roast. A lot of scraps. I cut a lot of 2-foot scraps out of the heartwood of the lumber. Yeah, so I did. In one day, I might do 2,000 plus cuts in one day for one job. And then maybe I would spend 3 days cutting lumber, because the lumber was longleaf yellow pine from Spionk, Long Island. The name of the lumber company, I won't say the name because I'll have some creep call it up and say, did FAZIO ever buy lumber from you? Boy, that guy's got something wrong with his head. Everything I say is a lie or a falsehood or a not true statement. Imagine doubting everything that you hear from everybody else. Imagine the psychological pressure that puts on you at the end of the day, that you don't believe anything that anybody else says ever, anytime. Everybody is a liar with everything they say. Imagine having so small self-confidence in yourself, because actually he's just projecting. He's projecting that everything that I say is a lie, and he is actually the person at fault for lying about everything. That's the psychological point of view of that, that's for sure. Nobody would ever argue the psychological point of view. If you call every person you've ever met in your entire life a liar or a fraud, that's projection. It's sad that somebody is so angry at the world that they have to go lurch out at everything somebody else says. He's a liar. He never did that. That's why I'm not going to mention the name of the lumber company. It's probably still in business. It was a big... Actually, it was the only company in the 5 boroughs that would do what it did. it made pressure-treated lumber. Hey, Warrior, how you doing? My hernia wounds? Well, okay, so that was May 2nd, June, July, August. So it's 105 days. The doctor said he didn't want me to pick anything up for 6 months, preferably longer. My maximum lift that I've lifted might be 30, 35 pounds maximum, where I'm not like, secure. I could probably pick up 50 pounds, but I've not picked that up. And yeah, all three of the doctors that I go to all said 6 months before you go back to a normal work schedule. Like today, one of the boards I picked up might have weighed 30 pounds. But I'm pretty strong. I've been building up my muscles. But can I work back the way I was? No. I have to, instead of carrying 2 heavy buckets, I carry one bucket and maybe a box of bolts or something like that. But no, I don't pick up anything more than 30 pounds. And the hernia that they operated on, the inguinal hernia, I don't have any more pain from that. I don't feel that anymore. I've never lifted anything that would make me feel that. But apparently, and I'm not real sure about this, there might be another ripped muscle in my stomach somewhere. And because I feel another muscle. You're not supposed to feel your muscles. When I work hard, I feel another muscle. So being that I'm not picking up anything heavier for the hernia, I don't feel that other muscle so often. But I do feel another muscle. So I'll go easy on that. Descending testicles. I never heard that before. Well, although I know a guy that likes that. All men have the risk of getting an inguinal hernia, as the abdominal wall in the men has a natural weakness from testicles descending. I know a guy that likes when testicles are descending. Yes, I've learned to use the other muscles. I believe that it's a real thing. You've not steered me wrong. I remember that you're an okay commenter. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, there's probably a lot. You know what? I'm gonna go out on. I'm not even gonna go out on a limb here. Recently, the guy that shouted out that Daisy was making love to every man in the hall. Oh, they've been researching his background. They found some interesting things about him and the people that he hangs out with. And that could be a live stream one day. We could call it Testicles Descending on Testicles Descending on Bloggers of the Philippines. Well, bloggers of the Philippines that enjoy to watch testicles descending. That would be... Oh, he's got one coming. Believe me when I tell you, he's got one coming. I'm not done with him. He made... he was being really abusive to Daisy May. I don't allow that. Testicles descending at birth. At birth. Okay. Not other times. Wait a second. Well, there's a guy that made fun of Daisy May. I'm sure that he likes to watch testicles descending close up and personal. I'm sure about that. Now he's more than a troll. He's way more. He's the most intelligent, education-wise blogger on in the YouTube genre, and he uses his intelligence to manipulate people. Oh yeah, he does that really well. And his money he uses to buy friends. And being that I can't be bought and it's pretty hard to manipulate me, he doesn't like that. And he went on an all-out rampage on Big Kevin's channel a few weeks back. FAZIO this, and FAZIO, you're the biggest liar on YouTube, and FAZIO, nobody believes anything that you say. Nobody believes that you ever had a digger or a boat or a cobra. He didn't say the word cobra. Or a car, I think he said. Nobody believes that. He lost his cognitive ability for about a half an hour. When I talked about his concubines, and I did talk about his concubines, there's no doubt about that. So I won't talk about his concubines today. I'm gonna have to do a show. I'll probably have to rate it adult only, because YouTube has new rules. You're not allowed to talk about. I could talk about somebody having concubines, but if I talked about what his concubines were doing with other women, not allowed to talk about that. So I won't even mention what his concubines were doing with other women. I won't talk. Hey, Sim. You know, Sim, I don't know if you were here. I put the plywood on the back of the step. It kept it from racking. I'll have to show it to you tomorrow. I can't go up there now. Swimming, out of the question. Swimming. Out of the question. He said, do not go swimming. Even I said, I'll do the doggy paddle. He said, no, don't go swimming, because you have to stretch all the... Yes, warrior without a master. Yes, 1,000 times yes. The doctor said no swimming, and he was really clear on that. Now, have I gone swimming? I did. I went swimming once. I did about just under half a mile doggy paddle, slow, mostly floating. Yes, swimming stretches. I did the doggy paddle, and I did really good. I did. It's 1,500 feet there and 1,500 feet back, so it's 3,000 feet. It's a half a mile, and I did that in just right around an hour. But I don't like doing the doggy paddle, so I never went again. Plus, after I did that, then the tide started getting low during the middle of the day. Then we had a storm. Then we had another storm. And now that I could do it again, I'm back to work, so I won't do it again. Seb, thanks for stopping by, man. I'm sure you were here earlier. That piece of plywood that I talked about, I found a nice piece of plywood. Not 3/4, 3/8 marine plywood. I found it. I put it on, screwed it in place with 2, 4, 8, 10 screws, but it's solid like you wouldn't believe now. Yeah, that's the guy, master of reality there. Warrior without a master, that's the guy. He said that Daisy slept with every man in Bahal. It is. Well, I was talking about how all my muscles hurt at the end of the day. Now, before the lockdown, I was working every day and things were looking up. There were other things. I'll drop you a line. There are other things that I got going on besides work for the last couple of weeks. So I've been involved with other stuff that takes up a lot of the day, or was taking up a portion of time of the day. I haven't really talked about that. But I think I could share that with you. I just didn't get around to sharing that with anybody. But that's over now. So it's come and gone. Now it's just we're waiting for the next disaster. So they seem to come and go, those disasters. Everybody's life is like that. But we won't get philosophical. But and that guy, that warrior without a master, the guy he's talking about, oh, he's about to have, when they publish what they found out about him, and not so much his past. Well, his past is interesting, but nothing illegal at all. No arrest record, no assault and battery. Now he's going to be real busy. He's busy bologna and cheese and everybody is what he is. So, wow, Expat Trash just put out another video talking about that guy. But he has some friends. Look, there's a whole, they did that to me about 3 months ago. I'm going to find out your past, FAZIO. I'm going to find out your criminal history. We're going to find out everything there is to know about you. And most of that stuff that you could look for was made up by a guy that pretty much stays in the horizontal position all day in an air-conditioned room. No. You know what? Warrior without a master? No, he chooses those kind of people because he's that kind of guy. Oh, yeah. Like I said, there's no criminal history on him. No, nothing to do with spousal abuse. Nothing at all. Nothing to do with assault and battery. Nothing to do at all about that. But he has a much more sicker and darker past. I'm sure about that. And the people that he associates with is what he has his natural tendencies to associate with. It's way worse than a double handshake. Sketchy girls. Oh, God. Sketchy, huh? Well, you are a master at dumbing down the conversation. Boy, you're not only a... Hey, Rex, mind hop on. I'll be on the beach. I got something for you next week. You're a master at dumbing down the conversation. Oh, he's 20 miles of bad road. Yeah, that's... Oh, yeah, and that's what he likes, though. See, that's what I'm hinting around about. He does not... Those people that he hangs out with are what he is. That's... So there's no criminal history with physical violence or anything like that. But he likes that darker side of reality, shall we say. That's his lifestyle. That's not by accident. That's by choice. So when you say he should be more careful, he is careful. He chooses the people that he hangs out with based on his mental acuities. Yeah, that was pretty sad, wasn't it? All kidding aside, I mentioned that was sad in a couple of blogs. I mean, that girl had just come back from not having alcohol for 8 years. And I felt sorry for her, too. Because no matter what, I would never say anything bad about Honeycomb because she's not a bad person. but she's not very smart either. Okay? So for her not to understand that drinking like that in a bar, even though she was protected from any kind of harm happening to her, that's for sure. But for her to even want to drink, for her to allow herself to get that drunk, that's not a sign of intelligence. I would say, maturity-wise, she might have. Maturity-wise, I would say maybe she has the maturity of a 15 or 16-year-old American, somebody that grew up in America. She's easily misled. I think that's why she went to Manila in the first place, or was brought to Manila. I think she was brought to Manila to learn a trade, how to do the dancing, Manila style, certain types of dancing in Manila style. Let's call it Manila style. Let's go easy on it right now because I don't want to have the video demonetized. But she was very much led astray in oh so many ways. Yeah, that was sad. I would never. I had a girl I went out with. I knew her since she was 12 years old. I was friends with her mom and dad. I was their paperboy, actually. Her name was, wow, I can't remember her name. I really liked her a lot, too. Mr. and Mrs. Caramello. Their mom's name, I forgot her name. I'm not going to tell the story unless I remember her name. Wow. I've been gone a long time. I haven't seen her since 1985. So what is that, 30 years. Patty. Her name is Patty. Okay, so Patty, who I knew, well, I was a paperboy at the age of 14. Patty might have been 5 or 6 when I first met her. Anyway, when I got older, when I was 30, when I was 28, she might have been 20, 22. She was 21 because that other girl was 21 too, Kelly. Anyway, Patty had never drank before. Patty had never drank before. And I said to her mom, I said, your daughter wants to come over to my house and get drunk. And her mother said, let her get drunk. She's safe with you. It's okay. And I said, what do you want to do? She goes, I want to get drunk. I said, how drunk do you want to get, Patty? And she says, I want to get drunk out of my mind. So you sure about this? And she said, yeah. So we went to the liquor store and I bought a bottle of tequila and a couple of lemons. And I had, at the time, I didn't collect shot glasses, but I had 10 or 12 shot glasses. I just lined them up on the counter. And I filled them all up, and I cut up a couple of lemons, and I said, I'll do one and you do one. I'll do one and you do one. I'll do one and you do one. And we did probably six shots. And then she lost consciousness. After that, she was awake, but she was like, Patty, are you drunk? Yeah, I'm drunk. She lost her cognitive skill sets. That was funny. And her mom said to me, well, Patty used to stay at my house on the weekend. She only lived a block away. We all were friends. But her mom said to me, how drunk did she get? Because she's still not right 3 days later. I said, she got pretty drunk. She goes, do you think she'll drink again? I said, not with me, she won't. I'm done with that. Because I got drunk too. I got pretty drunk. I don't normally do that. But when you're drinking tequila, there's not a lot of ways to consume tequila. That was back in the 80s. That's how we did it. We put a bottle of tequila on the counter, on the table, and put 2 or 3 shot glasses in front of everybody if there was 3 people. And we just did shots until that bottle was gone. Not until it was halfway gone, until it was gone. We did shots. And then if there was another bottle, we'd get that, start on that one. We'd do Mexican hot dances, we'd sing, we'd whistle, we'd play music really, really loud at 2 o'clock in the morning. Oh, God. I remember doing that one day. They called the police. Me and Franny was a man, a boy. His name was Francisco. Me and Franny and the King of 99th Street. Me and Franny and the King of 99th Street. We put a bottle of tequila on the counter and we drank it. It was like early, Saturday night, 7 o'clock. It was getting dark. It was Easter week. It was Easter Saturday. That's when it was. Saturday before Easter. So it was getting dark, but it wasn't quite dark yet. And we drank that bottle in 20 minutes. The 3 of us drank a full quart of tequila in 20 minutes. There was this much in the bottom of the bottle, about 5/8 of an inch. Then we started doing Mexican hot dances. Then we started playing music. And then the police came. And I had the doors and the windows open. It was a cold day, but we were feeling no pain. So the police came in and said, we got a complaint. It was Saturday night. It was the Saturday before Easter. It's a big party night. And they said, have you been drinking? I said, yes, sir. How much did you drink? We drank that bottle in 20 minutes. He goes, we heard the music from downstairs. I was playing Pink Floyd, of course. Yes, sir. Well, are you going to play the music all night? No, sir. Just until 10 o'clock. Well, we got a complaint from the man Mike downstairs. Yes, sir. It's Saturday night. It's Easter Saturday. We're all partying. We're all childhood friends. We're gonna get another bottle too, by the way. They talked to us for about 10 minutes, and they looked around, and there was nothing going on. And then they left. And then Gene, let's go to Brooklyn. Let's go to a door. I said, no, Gene, I can't drive. We're gonna go. I'll drive. I said, you can't drive either, dude. We went. He drove. And on the way back, there was a police blockage up the road. You could see it from, we were coming out of East New York, Brooklyn on Linden Boulevard. And we were coming out of East, you could see the flashing lights, the red and blues, from a mile away. So there was a shortcut behind in what they called, if anybody is from Howard Beach that's watching, the hole. Remember the hole? Remember you could get into the hole 2 ways into the hole. You could get into the hole at the diner. You could make a right at the diner and get into the hole there. But the block before the diner, in the 80s, there was still a street that went down into the hole. I think it was 78th Street. But there was an entrance down into the hole. And I said to the king of 99th Street, make a right. Go cut through the hole. And he said, no, I'm okay. And I said to the king, they're going to stop us. Ah, it's okay, I can drive. So they did. They stopped us. So the king, he rolls down his window. It was a 1977 Cutlass Supreme. It still had the hand crank on it. He rolls down the window and he leans back against the chair. And the police officer said to him, have you had anything to drink tonight, sir? And the king said, I had a couple, slurring his words. And the policeman said, can you step out of the car? So he did. So now the police officer was about 30 feet away at his car. Now I got my car a mile from the house. And me, I don't have a driver's license at all. I don't have a driver's license at all. I don't even have one. My driver's license was vacant for about 11 years. I didn't need one. I didn't drive much. So the policeman said to me when I walked over to the king, I said, what's up? He goes, well, this man is going to go to jail. I said, what jail? He goes, Hoyt and Skimmerhorn. That's called the Tombs. That's the worst jail in Brooklyn. So I said, and so the policeman gave me, he had a knife and he had a gold chain and he had a wallet. So they took his gold chain and the knife and they gave it to me. They didn't want to arrest him for that. And they took him, put him in the squad car. So the policeman said to me, can you drive? And I said, nope. He goes, why not? It's because I'm drunk as he is. What did you drink? And I told him we drank a bottle of tequila in 20 minutes. He goes, well, someone's going to have to drive this car home. He says, do you have a license? So I said, yes, sir. So he goes, well, where is it? I said, it's on my tugboat. So he goes, he didn't believe me. It's on your tugboat. Yes, sir. He didn't even ask me my name. He said, what do you mean it's on your tugboat? I said, well, I was getting undressed and I left my driver's license and my work clothes on my tugboat. And my tugboat went to another job. And I just went home without my driver's license. So he says to me, hold on a minute. So he goes and gets the lieutenant. So he says to the lieutenant, come on over here. So the lieutenant comes over to the car. He goes, what's up? He goes, this fella says that he has a driver's license, but he doesn't have it on him because it's in his pants on his tugboat, and his tugboat went to Maine. So the lieutenant looked at him. He goes, his tugboat? And he goes, yes, his tugboat. And he goes, you have a tugboat? And I says, yeah. She says, why? I says, because I'm a tugboat captain. He goes, you're a tugboat captain? And I said, well, look, you're a police officer, and I'm a tugboat captain. And I had the hat that said captain on the hat on the back over the seat. And I put the hat on. He said, I'm a tugboat captain, and you're a police officer. And he goes, you know what? Let him go home. And he goes, he's drunk. He goes, I don't care. I've never heard that story before. He gets a free pass. So now I'm afraid to go behind the wheel of the car. And I said, sir, is it all right if I don't drive home, I'll call somebody? No, you drive the car home now. So I got behind the wheel and I said to the lieutenant, you're not going to stop me like a half a mile down there. He goes, get out of here now. Go, leave. So me and Francisco got in the front seat and I drove home. And on the way home, we picked up another bottle of tequila. And we started drinking we finished the first bottle. And then we started drinking the second bottle, and the phone rang about 1 o'clock in the morning. We were hammered. We were hammered. The music was blasting. Mike was banging on the floor from downstairs. Shut that music off! And we were banging on the floor. We were doing the Mexican hat dance. And the phone rings, and the king of 99th Street says to me, I'm in the tombs at Hoyt and Skimmerhorn. There's a jail in downtown Brooklyn. It's the worst jail in New York City. It's the worst jail to get locked up in at night. I never been there, but I've been there to bail people out. So I said, look, to the king, talking to the king now, you got to remember, it's the king of 99th Street. Sometimes he was referred to as the king of Howard Beach because of what he did for a living. I said to the king, the king, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, Gene. What do you want me to do? He's, come and get me out of here. So I said to him, what do you think I am, the A-team? And I hung up. I was so drunk, I didn't want to deal with him, with his... the routine is, it's Saturday night, you can't post bail until Monday when the judge comes. I could talk to him for another hour. I could go back and help try to finish that bottle of tequila. That's what was on my mind. Me and Franny were having a blast. So we were actually starting to call people up and invite them over to the house at 1 o'clock in the morning. So nobody came. We actually called up the king's son, but the king didn't answer his beeper. The king's son didn't answer his beeper. So now, I don't know what happened. Franny went home. Well, Franny stayed at the house. I don't remember. So the next day, Easter Sunday, right? So I would be welcome to spend Easter Sunday at the king's house or his parents' house, but the king's parents had passed away, so we had to go to the king's ex-wife's house. Well, now she's his ex-wife. So, and that's where we would spend Easter. Visit, because everybody visited everybody's house on Easter. So I went to the king's ex-wife's house, Heather's mother. Heather was the king's daughter. Heather was there, and the king's son, Gene, was there. So the son of the king of Howard Beach, Gene, and Heather, his sister, was there, and his wife. And I said to his wife, your husband's in jail. She goes, I don't care. So I said to the king's son, your father's in jail. And he goes, I don't care either. I said, well, if you don't care, I don't care. And I left. And then Monday came, and we were at the king's house on Monday all day. This was before everybody had to work every day. So it was Easter Monday after Easter. So we're at the king's house, and there's no king. We were all waiting for the king to get out of jail because we were going to have a party. That's what we did whenever anybody got out of jail. So Easter Tuesday comes, and we're at the king's house again, because the king's house was a flop house. Aside from being the king's house, it had many purposes. It was a training center. It was a flop house. It was a place to drink if you wanted to drink and nobody to bother you. So Tuesday, we were drinking tequila on Tuesday. I remember we were drinking tequila because I had lemons in my pocket, and we had a bottle of tequila on the counter. And I went home to my mom's house, which was across the street. I don't know what I went home for. And then I came back, and when I came back, it was upstairs, and I hear the king's voice. And I had a lemon in my hand, and the king was ripping me and Francisco a new one for not getting him out of jail, but we couldn't get him out of jail. So, that FAZIO, he didn't get me out of jail. I had to beg They robbed him when he was in jail. They robbed his money out of his wallet. They robbed his wallet. He had a flannel shirt, and he had a nice pair of sneakers. And they robbed his sneakers, and they robbed his flannel shirt. But on Tuesday, it was really cold outside. But we didn't know. The king didn't have a phone up in his house at the time for a very specific reason. But anyway, I could hear the king's voice ripping me a new one. And then I came up the steps, and I had the lemon, and I just took the lemon and I rolled it across the room at the king's feet. And I said, "Lemon grenade." The king went ballistic. "You son of a gun! You were a bad man! You didn't bail me out!" I'm going, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa. I told your son Easter Sunday at 4 o'clock that you were in jail, and I told your wife you were in jail. They said, I don't care. That's your job. Your kid's got to get you out of jail, not me." And Francisco, "Yo, Ding, you take that box now?" "Okay, Paleo." Man, you got more excuses than a dictionary. Yeah. So the king, he was on a tear. So I went upstairs and sat down, had a few shots at tequila. He calmed down after about an hour. So they robbed his shirt, they robbed his sneakers, they robbed his money. He had to get out of the jail, and then he had to beg, I think it was like 50 cents for the subway at that time. He had to beg for 50 cents on the street. And we were all laughing. Nobody, it was just another day in the life for the king. The king had already done 12 years. What's another couple of days? He didn't last much longer after that. Yeah, that's what people used to say. You were in jail for 12 years. What are you complaining about a couple of more days for? How old was I back then? That had to be 1980. So I was 25. The king would have been 30. Now, this was before the king went to jail for 12 years. This was before that. But he had spent time in jail before that also, but not long, a couple of years. The king of 99th Street. He was a criminal. That guy was a criminal. He could have been used as an example of how not to grow up your child. All right, so I don't see any more people commenting. So, Master, Warrior Without Master, thanks. You're the last comment I see. I'm going to go take a bath. I'll see what time it is. Whoa, 4:30. The king of 99th Street. I haven't thought about him in years. So I should end the king's story right now. So the king, so if that was 1980, and it was, because I had my 1977 Cutlass Supreme, so that had to be 80 or 81. So the king came to work for me shortly after that. His parole officer wanted him to have a job, so he worked for me. Then he worked for me on and off because I didn't have steady work. And then he got caught. Oh. Then he went to jail for 5 years. About 1980 85, I guess he went to jail for 5 years. It's hard to remember. He was in and out of jail. They got out in 1990. I was in California when he got out. And when I came back, it was Easter Sunday when I came back from California. So I stopped by my mom. I got home at 9 o'clock in the morning. And then I went to the King's house, and he was home. And we had a soiree with booze soiree over there. Then I said I was moving to Florida, and I did in 93. But by the time I had moved to Florida, he got pinched again. And then he had to do 6.5 more years. So when he got out in like 98 or 99, I had my house in Key Largo. And he goes, "We're all coming down." No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not coming to my house. No, you guys. I have a different life here. There's no more. No, you guys will be doing stuff that I don't need the attention. But he didn't live much longer than that. He died shortly after that. But he wanted to bring down all the boys. He goes, "We're gonna come down. We're gonna party at your house." I said, "No, you can't do that. You can't do that." I was laughing. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. They never did come. And he went to jail. Francisco went to jail. Who else went to jail? His son went to jail, but he got out at somewhere in that. But he wasn't coming anyway. Mikey was going to come. Mikey. Man had no morals at all, Mike. He was very moralistic, but only for what he believed to be true. I miss Mikey. I talked to him about 2 months ago. Mikey. He liked golf. Boy, he liked golf and he liked fishing. All right, so I'm going to say goodbye to everybody. Thanks for stopping by. You guys, the trolls out there, thanks for not commenting. You know you're just going to get blocked anyway. Of course, I'm being Permy from the Philippines, baby. And of course, I'm being Permy means take care always. All of what you said and heard, all of what I said and you heard is all true and all documented. It's all been documented. I could tell you how many bags, how many, the weight. I could tell you, now I can't tell you the dates. He was a trip, man. He was a trip. And he was the guy who taught me how to spit when I was 5 years old. Him and Joe Fabio. They taught me how to go like this. Blow a lungie. They taught me how to spit. That's how far back I go with the king. I could tell you one more story, a Joe Fabio story. Yeah, I think I'll tell you. So Joe Fabio reminds me of the guy in Cebu. Big time reminds me of the guy in Cebu. I think I'll save that story for Joe Fabio was a weird person, a weird man. He was very strange. Strange is a better word than weird. He was a weird man. The last time I saw Joe Fabio, it was snowing, blizzard, with a ½ inch of ice on the ground. Wind was whipping up at about 20 miles an hour, and it was 0 degrees. And Joe Fabio was standing on the stoop. I was walking my dog to the park, down 99th Street, and Joe Fabio was standing on his stoop. This is a man. Mike Dowdy. I think I will. I got water right here, Mike. Thanks. Joe Fabio was a man that looked like the guy from the big guy in Cebu. He looked like the big guy in Cebu. Big, strapping, tall man with a big, thick, bushy mustache. He taught me how to spit, Joe Fabio did. Thanks, Mike. And he taught me how to play handball. He taught me a lot of how to play tennis, because we had a tennis court at our park. He was a pretty cool dude. He had a really, really, really nice boat. He took us water skiing because he was like 5 years older than us. He was the age of the king. He was the same age as the king. Him and the king grew up together, went to school together. So Joe, he was like the man. He married Kathy McCaffrey, the prettiest girl in the neighborhood. There was only one girl prettier than Kathy McCaffrey, and that was Joanne Nicolella. So Joe marries Kathy McCaffrey, best looking girl in the neighborhood. And one day, I guess I'm telling the Joe Fabio story. One day, Joe had a 1963 convertible Corvette, the one with the two-piece window in the back of the Corvette. It was like two pieces. It wasn't just one wraparound. I think that's what it was. But it was a 63 Corvette. Nicest car in the candy apple red. So, and Kathy McCaffrey, he used to give us rides, but Kathy McCaffrey was my age, and he married her. So one day I see Joe, before I left for Florida, so before 93, it was I don't remember what day it was, but it was in the early 90s. I saw, I ran into Kathy at I don't know, at the store somewhere. And I said to Kathy, what's up? And she goes, me and Joe got divorced. I said, you guys have been together, what, since 73? Like, 15, 18 years? Yep. I says, how come you divorced Joe? How come you got divorced? She goes, I came home and Joe was walking around in a pair of high heels and my underwear with a bra and lipstick on. And I said, yeah, okay. I didn't believe it. Why would I believe that? Joe was my friend, right? So she goes, no, it's true. I said, so I talked to her about it for a minute, but I never believed her. I just thought she was kidding. Because you got to remember, me and Kathy and Joanne Nicolella, we all grew up together since the age of 6, 7 years old. We all went to the same school. We all went to the same religious instruction. We all went to the same dances. We all hung out with the same girls and guys. So she stuck to that story, and I said, yeah, okay. I never asked her about it. And I never saw Joe after that because he lived in a different neighborhood. But then his mom died, and he moved back to Howard Beach. Him and Kathy had an apartment in Lindenwood or Linden Village or New Howard Beach. I don't remember where they lived. So I'm walking to the park. It's about 9 o'clock at night. Snow on the ground, ice, half-inch of ice, walking on ice, and the snow is crunching on top of the ice. You got to be real careful. Wind is blowing. And I look over at Joe's house because it's on the way to the park. And there's a woman, well, looked like a woman, on his steps in a pair of pumps, freezing cold with the screen door open. looking at me. I've got a long blonde hair coming down to like her chest. And big, big high heels. So I didn't know what to say. I didn't know who the woman was. So I said, "How you doing?" Because just to say hello, because I was hoping that Joe was going to come out and say hello. I hadn't seen Joe in years. And the woman looks at me, because now we're like right across the street. "Mike, I'm doing okay, Mike. You want to come over for a drink?" With a really deep man's voice. I said, "I'm okay, Joe." Now you could say, "Which way did he go, Joe?" "I went to the park." I never saw Joe after that. That was the first time I ever saw a man dressed up as a woman that I knew. And that was Joe Fabio. Fabio, Joe Fabio. That was the first time I ever saw that. And then I believed Kathy. When I came back from the park, I even walked down the same block hoping that he wasn't there, but he wasn't there. Wow. So that was my first encounter with a cross-dresser. I had to be back in 93. That was 30 years ago. And I remember that like it was yesterday. God. Time flies. Okay, Mike Dowdy, thanks for reminding me to hydrate. I feel a lot better. I think I'll just knock the rest of this water off. So I did drink a full gallon of water today. There's no doubt about that. But I didn't eat since yesterday morning at 6 o'clock. So what time is it? $24 and 8 is 32 and 2. 34 hours. It's been 34 hours since I had any food. I feel okay. I'm not weak. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for watching. Anybody that gets through 4 hours of my live stream, you got to give them a thanks and a thumbs up for the endurance. LOL. Mike Dowdy, 435. Thank you, Michael. Okay. All right, I'm going to go now. Unless you guys want to hear another story. No, I'm really going to go. Because I need to take a bath and I need to do a couple other things out here. All right, umping permit, of course, means take care always. Thank you. Bye-bye for now. From the Philippines, baby. That's right. You too, Michael. You too. Have a nice evening. You know, I need to get in touch with you, but nothing important. I want to just say hello. Bye-bye for now. Umping permit. That's right. Umping permit. Bye-bye for now. That's right. Okay, this is it. 1, 2, 3. I didn't say I'm going to shut it off on 3. You could tell I'm getting overtired. I'm getting silly. On 3, I'm going to shut it off. 1, 2, 3. Umping permit, which means take care always. That's right. From the Philippines, baby. Bye-bye for now. Anytime. Okay, thanks, Mike. Mike interrupted my 1, 2, 3 count. Now I got to start again. Where was I? Okay, on 3, I'm going to shut this live stream down. 1, and then 2, 3. Oh, if you want to look up Joe Fabio, you go look him up. He was a postal employee for 25 years in Howard Beach. Tell him I said hello. And tell him I told you that story. Because we've been friends since I was 5 years old, man. That's 62 years of friendship. I think by now he's out of the closet. So I don't think he would be offended. But that was the first time I ever saw a crossdresser. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Amping Permi from the Philippines. Amping Permi means take care always. That's right. Thumbs up. And bye-bye for now. That's right.